Hello, hello, hello. Time to try out more of this streaming stuff. And as promised, we are making a new character and we are looking to play around with Hook Necromancer, which was another recommendation from the worst melee skill and class in the game. So we'll give that a shot. And again, I would like to apologize in advance. I'm still gonna cough a bunch. Doesn't look like my bronchitis is going away anytime soon. And the more I talk, the more likely it is I'm gonna cough. It's very annoying. So if I go silent for a while, just know that I'm fighting for dear life to not cough. Okay, but hardcore, Sanctum, solo self-found. I would do Ruthless. I'm kind of dying to try it out. But the issue with Ruthless is you can't really plan on specific builds very well, because you'll be a lot more gated by stuff you find. And it's a game mode that's designed to take you a very long time. So if I am gonna play Ruthless, it's probably on the last month of the league, where I'll just make like one character and just keep going with that. And just play whatever I drop, not specifically any skill. So, yep, let's go.
Why do the keen of mind seek to satiate their curiosity in darkness and depravity? Innocence is our father. Ariath is our mother. When a daughter strays from the light, she makes herself an orphan.
Alright.
Learn well the lessons that Ray class will teach you.
So, I don't usually play a whole lot of Witch, so this is gonna be interesting.
The very sand shivers with malice.
And I'll have to admit, Hook is something I have never played, and I've heard very interesting things. And I gave myself like 30 minutes or something to check out some of my gear and do a little prep work. And I'll have to say I have no idea how to build around this skill, because as I understand, it's a melee skill, but it's neither strike nor slam. So it's like, what am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to scale it exactly? No idea what weapons to use, no idea. I did find a pretty nice crit multi Paradoxica, so I might try that one for an endgame weapon. Go into Impale and stuff like that. So we'll have to see. So if you're playing hardcore for the first time, there are some classes which have a lot easier time early on. Like the Witch is pretty easy to kill Hillock with, for example. You can just run around, throw fireballs. It's very chill and casual. Doing it on some melee classes is way more harder. So if you're looking to play the Gauntlet later in the league,
And I thought I'd be a dead woman by now.
you could start with a spellcaster like the Witch to make it easier for yourself to kite around enemies. Okay. So like, I don't have a good idea about what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do this, but I think we are going to go to the right side of the tree and right, and then kind of loop a bit around here as well. Like there's one angle you could take, is to go left side and use the spiritual aid to get minion damage to affect you, which like kind of sounds fun for Necromancer. But the Ascendancy tree itself doesn't have like an extreme abundance of minion damage. So there's like, you're not getting any major synergy with that. And we're not gonna, you know, have a bunch of minion boosting gear. We're probably not gonna use many minions at all. Maybe just a golem or two. So I think we're gonna build it more like evasion ES hybrid. Going to ghost dance for defense. Get capped suppression. Then loop here. Gonna want to get rage, because chain hook generates rage. So I wanna buff that up a little bit. And yeah. So I'm wondering if I should skip these nodes entirely and just go straight through the int. Maybe we can try that. But first, let's get up some leveling gear. I put aside a bunch of different stuff. Let's slap on a gold rim, wanderlust. Let's start with a red beak sword. Let's put this tiki amulet. I think I should have some rings too. Yeah, one black heart in there. Maybe have some other stuff saved up. I get some more resists with Doidries. We can use the darkness belt. Slap on some jewels. Like, yeah, like why not? Just a random armor one. Don't think I have any other low level ones. I know I have some that are pretty acceptably low. Or maybe I have some other belt that we could use early. It's 25. V-spine is 11. Don't think I have any other low level belts. So maybe not that. Yes, why not just some armor? And don't think I have any lower level than 17 unique chests. Not even in my dump tab. Don't think I have any lower level shields either. So we're not gonna be like super juiced right out the gate. Well, this is level 5. Maybe. Nah, who cares? And what skills? Just go to hideout. Let's pick out the melee skill. Let's go right to it. Let's do cleave, I think. Like, why not? Let's do cleave with... yeah, chance to bleed. And let's drop that in later. And chain hook itself was what level? Chain hook. What is that? This one? Level 12. So it's gonna take about until Act 2 before we can switch into that. Oh god. This thing has no color requirements. What am I doing? I got stuff here. Never mind. Okay, I guess that's good enough. Flasks. Put aside. These are all level 4s. This is a bit higher. Let's use that. Just a little bit of something. I mean, sure, whatever. Just put that there. And yeah, let's just chill. Level slowly, almost capped resist. Let's see if we randomly die.
I know that stench. Just like my sisters. On the pile.
Nice. Bleeding. Yeah, just like last time with the Vigilant Sabo, I am not going to rush. Not a big fan of rushing. I'm just going to take my time, sometimes kill a bunch of mobs. You really can't be too safe on hardcore. I also haven't like memorized every single layout, and sometimes I'm thinking about other stuff, so like my mind wanders and then I just get randomly lost on a map. I forget which way I'm supposed to go. If you want like speed running strats, a little bit of lag here. Every time, I'm not sure why, I get near this waypoint, it just starts lagging. It's kind of weird. Whatever, then it goes away. Anyway, if you want like speed running strats, I suggest watching Tai Killer, for example. I do believe he also did a PoE university course with Cizerin on how to level faster. Gave all kinds of tips and recommendations. So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, I do recommend checking his stream and videos out. So if you're fighting this Haildrake guy, he is actually one of the bosses that will follow your character's movement. So you really want to, kind of bait out which direction he's gonna throw his ability, and then move in the other direction. This will be a boss that's gonna take a lot of lives in the Gauntlet event, because when you start without leveling gear, it's very easy to just get chain frozen and just die like an idiot. So staying at max range and weaving back and forth to trick his targeting is the way to go. You might also see speedrunners just log out a lot to go back to town, not to waste scrolls. I don't usually do that. I just don't care enough to save a few seconds. We may as well add poison in there. Poison is another good way to scale physical melee skills. Poison, bleed, impale. You usually want one of them, 2 maybe, even 3 in some cases. Because if you're just relying on the pure physical damage of the skill itself, it's gonna be very hard to scale that high enough. You really want one of those ailments, especially as most nodes that give damage will also give ailment damage. So you're effectively double dipping immediately.
Fine.
What else we got here? I wonder if we should use any minions at all. Maybe we can just use it for fun. Just for the theme, so to speak. Okay. Mudflats. So like if I'm ever gonna die, it's gonna be right here. Because my leveling gear doesn't actually have much evasion or anything, so I'm just gonna can get kinda easily chain stunned. So the way this layout works is the Roa glyphs are in a triangle. So if you find one, you can usually deduct all three. So we started on the bottom left side, we entered. So this one is here, it's gonna be like maybe like this kind of triangle. It could be like this, but it's probably like this. It's hard to be sure, of course, gotta check it out. Yeah, second one is here, but it's maybe like this. And I always thought the Roas enrage when you click on their nest, but someone pointed out that they don't actually enrage per se, but they will like aggro on you. So it can be a good idea to clear them out, so that you can make it easier. So it was this, so it's maybe here, could be higher up. No, it's here. Yeah. Killing blue packs is usually a good idea, even when you're speedrunning, because they give a lot more experience. And you don't want to ignore experience too much, because there are pretty hefty penalties if you fall behind on the zone levels. I believe the basic so-called tether for experience, the threshold, is plus minus 3 levels around the area. So in a level 4 zone, you get full experience when you're level 1 to level 7. You go beyond that, you start taking penalties. And I think this buffer zone goes up by one level each 16 of your levels. So you can, stay a little under leveled or over leveled, then it's fine. But if you push too far in either direction, you're gonna suffer. So I think we go here, then we grab these for a bit of defense. Maybe these for more resist and strength and dex, which we will be lacking early on. Then we might go here to get our mana fixed. Then we go here, we grab these defenses. Then I think we might go here and grab these. And then maybe like go through here. We get our mana sustain from here. We want the ghost shrouds eventually. There's also accuracy to worry about. Then we like move down here. Yeah. We're gonna have to make it up as we... Oh my god, they're all that to require level 16. That's awkward. That's very awkward. Maybe that wasn't the smartest idea. Level 6, okay, that's better. We can soon use that. And let's just throw those zombies in there for fun. Can't wear anything else from here yet, so. What else we got? Detonate dead. Frost bomb's good to have.
Stay sharp out there.
A lot of blue socket. Okay, so let's put that here, that here, put that over here. Okay, so this submerged passage is the first zone a lot of hardcore SSF players recommend farming when you want levels. I'm personally not like the biggest fan. I'd rather do a few more levels in Tidal Island maybe. The issue with this place is that it is a bit cramped and a lot of monsters here have freeze or chill, these guys. So if you're not running leveling gear, there's a risk you just get chilled and frozen and just get overwhelmed and die. How many zombies can I have at first? 3? These aren't corpses, okay. And I'm gonna do one of my few speedrunning strats that I'm ever gonna do, which is putting down a portal right here and then go on to find the exit to the next zone and then portal back here to do the side mission for the skill point. Just gonna maybe pick up a... Actually, we don't have any strength for a armor base. And when you get to the bridge, the next area is always over a bridge, and the side passage is before the bridge. That's one way to make navigating this zone a little bit easier. Could wear one of these. Yeah, we grab this. Just killing some shit. No rush, no hurry. So, in this layout looks like we have multiple bridges, but the logic should still be fine. One of them is like the main bridge. I think it's this one. It often angles up a little bit. We made level 6, we can put this one on. I just noticed that cleave isn't a strike skill. So the ancestral support gem isn't actually doing anything, but whatever. Might switch it out if we remember. Killing some stuff. You could take this waypoint back to down and then take teleport back into the side mission. I'm just gonna run to the next zone, I think. I think I'm gonna fight this boss. Kill some more monsters here. Big packs of enemies. Is slightly more efficient than killing them one by one. So now we go find the waypoint here and can go back to town and then take our portal back. It should be here, yes. So you don't want to wait too long because it will time out. We go to the flooded depths. Actually, let's get the strength and dex first. So we could technically use some more gear and level up our gems as well. Also go and pick up a movement skill. I've been on the Frost Blink hype train for a while now, but maybe we do Flame Dash instead. God, wish I had that movement skill here. What movement skill you use doesn't usually matter too much, but this league you definitely want either Flame Dash or Frost Blink, Blink Arrow, or Smoke Mine. You can't use Dash, Shield Charge, or Leap Slam to get over the Sanctum laser beam things. The way it works is those skills aren't actually, blinks. They're like, your character doesn't teleport you, you just dash through stuff. Obviously that's not very helpful. You just end up taking damage anyway. Okay. We can sell our crap.
While we live, we are blessed.
Farewell. Still alive, are we? Farewell.
I forgot to take this previously. Let's take this. What else? We can actually put this one on now. And the shield. That's gonna make us a whole lot tankier. Don't need this one anymore. Just gotta go back to town real quick. Let's take ourselves a different support gem. We can do Just like maim or something. I think that's fine. This thing here. Okay. Yeah, take lime. How's our accuracy? It's already dropping. So at first opportunity we really want to get ourselves a precision aura. Because it will be a little while until we actually get to some nodes where you can get bonus accuracy. Also, I think I should have picked a different weapon up as well. I have a couple which we can do that scale up as we level. No need to gimp our damage too much.
I'd rather burn than call such a place home.
Okay, let me just go real quick and check out the weapon. I think we have the Princess. Is our next option. It's level 10, yeah. We put that here, we can almost use it. That's gonna be probably like double the damage. We do take a little bit extra damage from skeletons and ghosts, so it's not ideal for Act 1, you might say. But whatever, should be fine. Should be plenty tanky. Blue pack, let's clap these guys. So the way most layouts work is when you start in one corner of the map, you usually go to the other corner. So we start here, it should be like here maybe. It's not 100%, you know, predictable. The layouts can vary a bit and sometimes they snake around. But yeah, it's like it's a rough guide that is a pretty good default approach to take. Just go to the opposite side of the map. It's gonna be correct more often than not. This place we can't really tell where we are. I think we're like in the top left side, so again it should be somewhere around here. But it's not always easy to tell. Maybe we're in the bottom corner and it goes up here. So you can't always know exactly unless you're a layout master. I haven't really put in too much thought into it. Just one of those things that you can put a lot of effort into and it will help you get a lot better, but it also can make the game a little less fun in some ways. Because you're spending a bunch of stuff doing something that's not actually, you know, playing the game. 150 to... yeah, it's been nice. Ooh, an instant flask. Sure, why not? Why not? So yeah, it looks like it's going up. I'm not gonna do any Sanctum for a while. There's not much value in doing them early. Like, I do think the mechanic is quite fun, but these builds are gonna be a bit extra scuffed, so I don't feel like spending
Ignorance brought you here,
an extreme amount of
to
time
the one place where your talents
doing these Sanctum mechanics, which aren't going to be that easy with a pure melee build. Also, I want like sanctified relics. I only found a few because I've been spending so much time on these side projects and rerolls.
You think me horror? I will show you what true horror is.
Really should have.
Come.
I really should have picked out a like a totem here or something to make this fight easier. But it should be fine.
Come.
You have enough damage to just brute force him down.
Had you been my creation, Brute, you'd not have fallen so easily.
Let's just get a bunch of armor. It's a nice way to mitigate some damage, for sure. I think our first armor was 17 that we can wear. Another way to usually know where you're going, is to follow the road. This zone is one of the exceptions where following the road will take you to Piety, blocking off your path. So in this layout you actually wanna go off to the side path, as that will be the way forward. The side path isn't always obviously easy to find. It's usually, I think, on the right side. In some layouts it is on the left. But usually in the right, I think. You may notice I'm not using movement skills super often or using my movement flask very often. It's mostly because I just forget. I get kind of carried away smacking monsters, you know. My style of play. This is a hack and slash game. I'm here to hack and slash, not just run. I don't like the running simulator aspect of the way some people play. I quite enjoy killing monsters, whether it's in Act 1 or in a T16 map. It's all kind of the same to me. I don't have this pressure to speedrun to get to the higher tier content. I'm perfectly happy having fun in Act 1.
Sirens appear to be dining well.
And with this layout, usually Fairgraves is very close to the waypoint. Like, yeah, he's right here. This is so you can very easily get to him once you get the old flame. Finding the exit can sometimes be a bit weird. This layout can have some surprising angles to it. Like this one seems to go to dead end here, then it's gonna loop down and then go back up, I think. It's a little awkward. Okay, found this real fast. I think we take this entire wheel. Just keep moving. This layout is also very annoying. I always run into every imaginable dead end. You know, the logic still holds true that if you start here, it's probably gonna go here. But yeah, I somehow always manage to find my way into the dead ends. So I'm playing really reckless here because I have a lot of leveling gear. You don't usually want to run face first into these packs that can freeze you. You don't usually have freeze immunity early. But if you do, you can play a little more aggressive and it's gonna be fine. Grab that thing. Now I'm just gonna go and to the next zone. You can always take the waypoint back to Fairgraves. Don't have to run back there. Again, this layout is a bit funky, so I'm not exactly sure if I need to go up or down from here to get the next zone. It's probably up. Yeah. Okay, so we can jump back to the Fairgraves. Get his quest done.
Please understand, as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. Sure, were the circumstances reversed, you know precisely the same.
Let's get some zombies, just for the fun of it.
And that's how you die properly, sailor boy.
Sailor boy. Glad to see people still playing. Fuck you, fuck melee. Huh. Like a cunt. Septum. People be having fun. What do we got here? Minion damage, I think we're gonna use that actually. And offerings, I think we're gonna go into the offerings as well.
Farewell.
Do wonder if our build is gonna end up being very click heavy. Maybe. I wonder if we should use Flame Dash this time around. Not that it's necessarily any better or worse, but just for variety even.
Hello.
Let's not sell that. Let's just
God
put that
hasn't
away.
abandoned us.
It is SSF. Wanna keep every item you got. And offering, yeah. No point using this yet, but later, when we get the Ascendancy that will allow us to benefit from offerings. Can't use any of the special gear yet, so let's keep going. Let's go kill Mervale. The one thing that you should be doing that I'm not doing, because I have level gear, is that you should go to your hideout and craft stuff on your gear. Whether your gear is white, blue or yellow, it doesn't really matter, you can craft on all of them. Like a lot of people don't know that you can just craft stats on white gear. You can just pick up a nice base and craft whatever you need, and then use like an augmentation orb to get another mod. You don't have to transmute it blue and risk it getting 2 shitty mods. You can just guarantee just craft 1 good mod at least. You want to keep things real simple. Usually want to get a bunch of cold resist in Act 1, so that Mervale is less of a threat. For Act 2 you want to also cover lightning. Act 3 will also deal a lot of lightning. So you want to get those resists sorted as early as possible. Just gonna kill this guy for the fun of it. Oh, a Chaos Orb. Can always use Chaos. And you see I'm not doing the Fetid Pool side quest. A lot of people just skip it early. Because it's just respec points that you're unlikely to need early. And the quest is kind of annoying to do before you have your movement skills and all that stuff. A lot of folks leave it for later. You know, maybe end of Act 1 or whatever. I usually even leave it later. I sometimes don't even do it until I'm done with the campaign, simply because, you know, I don't respect that much. So I don't feel pressured or anything. Where do we go? Is it this way? Yeah, it's probably this way. Again, opposite side of the starting point is usually going to help you find it, but not always. Looks like not this time. This time it looks like it's going up for some reason. So yeah, the rule isn't 100% consistent. Though you can argue that you are starting at the bottom corner and you're still going to the up corner. Just kinda how far you wanna flex that angle of what exactly qualifies as opposite corner. It does look like this time it's looping around. So it's ending up pretty much on the left side instead of the right. So with Mervale, I'd say the most dangerous part isn't even Mervale herself. It is the adds she summons, especially in phase 1. Right now, these statues hit super hard. Like, if you don't have armor or evasion to dodge that shit, it's gonna hurt really bad. So you don't want to get caught by them. Try to stay on the move. In phase 2, they will transform into other kinds of mobs, so they stop being as scary. But yeah, I'd say the statues kill you more often than Mervale herself. You want to stay close to her, because if you go too far out, she'll gonna use ranged projectiles. This is especially important in the Gauntlet event, where she will get multiple projectiles and those can overlap with the ranged attack.
'Twas love that did this to you.
So you don't want to run too far out and get shotgunned by multiple projectiles and just die immediately.
Some life in this twitching corpse of the continent.
Okay, we are level 14. We can actually switch to our chain hook now. So let the jank begin. Just gonna go to town, and then we'll make the switch. Okay. This is our chain hook. Let's slot that in instead of the cleave. So we're using chance to bleed and maim along with chance to poison. I think that's fine. Other options, yeah, I think it's fine for now. I think we go for the belt. This belt, get free intimidation, protection from crits. I think that will be a fine option. Though this belt is pretty nice too. For gloves, we have some options, but no really low-level gloves to use. Let's see if we have any stashed away that we might be able to throw on. Doesn't look like it. We could just craft something, but let's see if we have some uniques. We could throw this one on. Like Rampage isn't terrible. Grim Sora to make all our attacks pure cold. This probably makes most sense. Should also look into auras. Start slapping these on. Vitality, sure. I wonder if we should use an offensive one this time instead of the Defiance. Maybe. Maybe try to make this build more damage oriented than the last one. This last one did really become a massive slog. No doubt about that. Also wanna... We have to go Determination for sure. Because we're going into Evasion and ES. So we're not gonna get any real armor from gear or from the skill tree. And going with 0 armor is very risky. Like, it can be done. Absolutely. I've even seen Mathil do like entire endgames with basically 0 armor. But on hardcore it is a little bit more risky and not exactly recommended. How much mana is this gonna cost? I think it's gonna be fine. We want to slot some of these in. Let's see if we're gonna need clarity or not. Let's organize everything. I like to put my auras on my second bar, so I don't accidentally click them on or on and off. Okay. So let's try out this worst melee skill. I've never played it. I have no idea what's coming for me. Okay. Okay, interesting. It's definitely special.
I barely recognize myself.
What else does it do? Okay. Okay, it definitely feels, you know, clunky. I'm gonna give people that. That is not an unfair description. If we stay in melee range, it does feel like basically any melee skill with built-in AoE, which is very nice. Let's take the flat life. Always good to have the defenses. So in this layout, we can follow the very simple rule of just follow the road. It's gonna be totally fine. We can follow the road. That will lead us to the waypoint. See, the waypoint's right here. And if you keep following it, you will get to the next zone. In this zone there are 2 exits. The road will take you to the one that goes to the Alira's camp. And to get to Oak, you have to go a little off the beaten path. But I usually go to Alira first, because it is an easier zone and we get a skill point from opening the path. Back to Act 1. And with this zone, Alira is always on the left side of the waypoint. So we can just... Or more specifically, Alira is always on the same side as the waypoint, which in this case is the left side. So this is our camp. And I usually recommend that any new player to get Alira, because the elemental resist is super helpful, and 5 mana per second usually fixes most mana issues that you might have early game. Now I think we are also going to go Alira, not because we need the resist or even the mana, but because I think we're going into a crit version of the build, and as such Alira is like the obvious choice because she gives us 20% crit multi. And of course these mana and resist do help. I think we're gonna help her. Now you don't get these bonuses until you actually kill the other bandits and come back here. You have to keep in mind you didn't actually get anything yet. Do have some mana left to play with, so we can level these up a little bit. Okay, now is the first time we need to think as to what we're gonna do for real. We could get a bunch more mana here, completely fix our mana issues if we go here. That's an option. Don't really want to go into spell damage at all. Okay. We want to go down eventually. So that's an option. But yeah, I think we're going as we originally planned, which is just going down, get damage from here, get health, more damage. Then you go through here, start building up our crit. Then we go here, we get suppression, then we can go up here, get more suppression. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Let's see how that turns out. Watch out these exploding things. These mobs are very annoying. Should not stand still, just keep moving. Like, I have to admit this skill feels like 50 times better than Vigilant Strike. Like, yeah, there's a degree of chunkiness to it, but if you stay in close range, you're basically just smacking with an AoE skill, which feels quite nice. And the mobility is actually quite nice. Like, you're playing a melee skill, but it's like... It feels like Flicker Strike. Like, Flicker Strike, but worse, is how someone else described it, and I think that's probably pretty accurate. So I'd say in some ways it's even better, because it's not as uncontrollable, right? I think we need 17 for... Yes, okay. I think we can now get our next weapon upgrade, as well as our first proper armor. So I'm gonna find the spider lair entrance and then teleport back to town. Where the hell is that? What? Well, okay, this is an extremely weird layout. Usually it's not so up there. Usually both the camp and the spider lair is more to the sides, in the middle. But
I have seen.
Whatever. I got nothing to sell. We actually shortened dexterity. That's kind of sad. I'm gonna put that here anyway. We can use this armor. It's actually very nice because we have some ES, so now we don't have to worry about chaos damage bypassing our energy shield. We can use this until we get this one, I think. We might actually use this longer to get better value from our ES. And minus 30 chaos damage taken means we're not gonna take chaos damage for a while from anything except damage over time, and this one reduces that as well. So it's a really weak base. It only gives 300 armor, but in terms of the actual practical value, especially during the campaign, I think it's pretty high. You can keep using this for a while for sure. It's also qualityed up, get some more armor. So why not? As well quality all of these up. Wrong item. A few points of evasion, why not? Level these up. Actually, if we can wear this gives 43 all elemental resist, which means we don't need the gold rim at all. And instead we can use the onslaught one, I think. So we need dexterity. Where do we get dexterity? Is this really the closest dexterity? Oh, this one gives us dexterity as well. Okay, that's good. We can actually get that right now because we can go back to Act 1 to give in our quest. So we can get this. We have enough now. Still no. We're 3 short. Okay. Let me see if I can find a ring or something that we could use. It gives us dexterity. Toms gives strength. Okay, le hoop. We could use a le hoop. This one is a pretty bad roll. Might be easier just to use a... yeah, like something like this. It's like, you know, why not? Yeah, whatever. So now we can slap this bad boy on. Should have quite a bit of damage. We can have a bunch of life on hit as well now. Our resists are giga overcapped. It should all be really good. Back into the portal. Turn that back on. Let's see how's our accuracy. 100%, really nice. Okay, our mana is a bit iffy, actually. So we do need to get our Alira. Otherwise this is gonna be a bit annoying. Or we could slap in our Clarity. Until then. That is gonna be helping us out. Let's get a quick level up here. Okay. Down for more life. Damage should be very nice. Okay, with this boss, there is the same thing as with Mervale, and a lot of bosses actually, is that you want to stay really close. Because when you're close, she will only use melee attacks, which, you know, can do damage of course, but aren't usually as problematic as ranged attacks. A lot of bosses have ranged attacks that are stronger. Not all bosses, but there are some that have ranged attacks that are way stronger and way scarier. And the Weaver, I'd say, is one of those. Especially again in the Gauntlet, where she gets multiple projectiles. Which means she can shotgun you and kill you very, very easily.
You and Betsy.
Okay, do we have anything we want here? Not that we can just buy everything we want, but I'm just checking for the sake of it.
A beast hunter.
We do have a plan of going Holy Relic.
Be well.
We even put aside this Joffrey's Crest we could use, because we are going heavily into attack speed. So I think Holy Relic could be a nice damage boost, as well as help with regen. So now we go up into the old fields. I'm probably not gonna do the den, because I forget what exactly the reward was, but I don't think it was a skill point or anything like that, so... Our mana is still running out. We need to get some more points in clarity until we get Alira. Can we follow the road? To get to the next zone. Some beasts, not sure I'm gonna bother with them. It's not level precision anymore until we need it. Again, follow road. Should be a waypoint right next to it. Yep. Then there's a crossroads. We go up, we go and kill Caitlyn. The skill actually feels really nice. Then again, I was okay playing Vigilant Strike all the way to D16, so my standards are obviously kinda low. But yeah, I haven't played many melee skills. I have done like 2 builds with Cleave. I even killed Shaper and Elder with Cleave like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But since then, mostly played spells and bow skills. Let's get this fat health.
So you're a lyric?
Yeah, don't really care about this stuff as much as we care about Alira's buffs.
It's kind of disappointing, really. I usually like rats.
Okay. Skill feels great so far. I'm actually looking forward to going to the end game with that. Now we go up here. And we go up. Should be very close. Yep. First thing I usually do is go run to the very top and get the waypoint.
Everything dies.
The AoE with this skill is actually quite nice for clear. Actually feels really comfortable. Okay, the oak is here. We're gonna run past him.
I need more mana.
Don't worry, the mana is coming. Okay, now where is that waypoint? Gotta be down. Yes. Usually it's right up in the middle, but sometimes it does go to a very weird location. Is it really gonna go up? No, it is down. Like this is, I'd say this is a very uncommon layout for it. To have this waypoint go all the way down here. It's almost always past oak in the upper side. So it's a good example of how the layouts in Path of Exile aren't always super consistent and can have some very weird variations. Yeah, I think we go down here just to get more dexterity, to make sure we are not getting screwed by any gear requirements down the line. Can use our nice frost bomb to make sure oak doesn't regen out his ass. Okay, very nice.
This land has no time for avaricious little despots like you, Oak.
Get these level ups. Go back to town. Catch the waypoint to Alira. So again, Alira is on the same side as the waypoint, so we go left. The only thing is, you can't really be 100% sure if she's up or down from this angle. At least I'm not sure if there's a guaranteed way to know. I picked down, and here we are.
That was almost.
So now we are super giga mega ultra overcapped, and we should actually have enough mana. Yeah, we can basically sustain it now. And now we go to the crossroads. We can go there, or we can go down. There is no reason to go to the Fell Shrine ruins, is there? But if you're doing the league for the first time, you have to go to the Fell Shrine ruins and talk to the NPC there. That will unlock different Sanctum mechanics for you. So we're still running out of mana because we are building up rage, so we are Getting a lot more attack speed. So we need a little more mana regen.
Air stinks of thaumaturgy. I could learn a thing or two here.
Clarity is gonna help us for now. I think we're gonna take a small detour, maybe. Higher on the skill tree and get another 5 mana flat. Or we could just tough it out with clarity until we get mana leech from the tree. Get the waypoint, then go down to level 2. I'd say this build is definitely a lot faster to level with than Vigilant Strike, because obviously Vigilant Strike is by default just a single target melee strike, so we had to actually get ourselves a two-hander and get melee splash before we could actually clear packs. But Chain Hook seems to have all that built in, so we can just instantly slap entire packs and be totally fine. Okay, this guy might be a little tough, maybe. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda loving how enemies can't run away from me. That is honestly like the bane of all melee skills usually. A lot of ranged mobs will just run away and you have to try to cap close to stick in their face. Well, not an issue with Chain Hook. Just hook right in and you're good to go. That thing is gonna die. Very nice, very nice. Okay, back to town.
After a creation of Meligara's called Journey well.
Okay, now we go and get into the Vaal temple thingy. And this layout is probably one of the hardest to figure out. I watched Tai explain this, and the way it works, it tends to snake around in like an S shape, but it's anything but easily predictable. So let's see how we can figure this one out. We get this one, more attack speed and stuff. So it's probably gonna go like up, then up, and like that, or the other way. But yeah, it's gonna have like a special logic behind it. It's not gonna be immediately obvious. So this one probably loops to the left side. So now it's gonna go down. Then it's gonna go back up. Most likely. So let's try to follow that logic. It's gonna go from here. Or maybe from here even. We'll see. Now it's gonna go from here. Hey, how's it going? Okay, I think we go up from here now. Maybe from here or here. I think it goes from here. Go up from here. Yep. So as you can see, it kind of like snakes. Like that. So yeah, if you want to do speedrunning, go check out Tai Killer. He has all the information. I'm just parroting a few of his suggestions that I've managed to remember, figure out myself. Kill these loop packs. Okay, this one I think loops from down, then back up. Could pick up a better flask for our mana recovery. I think we go into... We can get crit from here and from here. If we go here, this will also give us multi. It's gonna be a while since we actually have any proper crit. We can get a few points now to get going. The skill isn't feeling half bad. Kind of fun, actually. My journey of the worst melee skill. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I'm already looking forward to what might be the next suggestion. I actually don't remember what else was recommended. I just noted down the Vigilant Strike and this Chain Hook Necro. I think there were people saying like Dual Strike maybe? Dual Strike Hierophant? So maybe that's a thing. But we might also just opt into some spells instead. There were quite a few people recommending some janky skills with spells. Have to see about that. Okay, let's just kill this guy. He got in our way. And when you're playing hardcore or like you're playing a gauntlet event maybe, one tactic to make it easier for you is to reset zones until you get beasts. Then you get Einhar, and Einhar gives you a bunch of life regen, life leech, and life on kill as well. He does a notable amount of damage early on in the campaign, so he can basically clear the whole map for you. Like, look at that one hit. It's gonna clear this entire pack before I can even hit anything. Look at that. And of course, he will also join you in the boss rooms if you don't actually kill the beasts. So I'm probably not gonna bother. I'm just gonna, if the beasts are in my way, I'm just gonna kill them. But it's a tactic to use. Einhar is indeed like a special summon you could use. This guy is kind of tanky actually. This guy is surprisingly tanky. Oh, he was a special... had a special loot goblin in him. That's why he was so tanky. That's pretty much the only way you can know if a monster is a loot goblin now, is when they're randomly extremely tanky. That means they got one of those hidden mods that's gonna give you a bunch of rewards. I'd say it's a pretty consistent way to figure out what's going on. Though I don't think that it's particularly recommended to start going around using Magic Find Calling again. I think it's way more hassle than it's worth. Especially as I don't think those divine explosions are all that common anymore. Though they never were to begin with. I think Reddit, as usual, kinda made a bigger deal about that than it actually was. That you needed to constantly MF call everything to get big rewards. And most people probably didn't see a single double currency eruption all league. But there would be nothing to cull in the first place. But it does seem most people are happier now that it's basically out of the game. You just chill, kill your mobs every now and again. Get a bit of random bonus loot. These guys are a bit tanky now. Definitely feels quite good to clear all these enemies. The mobility is very nice. Need a bit more mana to really spam this ability. Let's try to kill some more stuff here, get a level up before the boss. On hardcore, it's always a good idea to just get that extra level in. Can we get some mana regen from this one? Yeah, hardcore definitely changes you. Definitely does change you. When your character is on the line, you tend to play safer. And when you actually play safer, you realize how, like, it is easier not to die than you think. On softcore you have this mentality of it doesn't matter anyway if I die, so you play really reckless. Yeah, but like I watched Mathel play hardcore a bunch of time now. It seems like he's gotten a taste for it during events. So he usually now plays at least one character during the gauntlet, and I think he even did a bunch of characters during the events last league. And he usually gets pretty far before he dies, and he doesn't even die to anything like, you know, something crazy. He usually dies to just some pretty extreme circumstances. So you can definitely be a super softcore veteran and go into hardcore and do perfectly fine, as long as you know, kind of recognize what you have to do in hardcore. You have to play safer, have to overgear a bit, get some extra levels, opt into more defensive stats. Okay, we're done with Act 2.
A pity. I think we could have been friends.
Hour and a half. It's okay for 2 acts. For me, that is pretty much on pace, if not even faster than usual for me. Because I really like to, you know, just chill back, full clear areas. You know, it's not like Trade League where you're in a hurry to get to maps to really, you know, profit off some big drops or be the first one to, you know, grind essences or grind expedition or whatever. Unless you're trying to like race to 100 or kill bosses, you don't need to rush at all. Thoughts on Ruthless? It seems fun and I would like to play it. The only issue is that I can't really do these special build projects very well because of how limited the gem drops are and how little gear we'll be getting, so it's gonna be very hard to like get specific uniques and stuff like that. Also, it's likely gonna take like several weeks, maybe even like the entire league, to get your character properly into the end game and actually, you know, do raid maps and do bosses. So I feel like it's not just something I can, you know, put a few hours into every day and get anywhere. I probably have to go like really hard, like do several hours a day, focus on a single character and just grind. And like I would probably enjoy that. That would mean I have to put all other projects on side. So I'm thinking I'll maybe try it in the last month of the league. Because I imagine we are also getting a gauntlet event by Ciceron. Not too far in the future. So I'm definitely gonna wanna play that, and that's gonna be like 10 days of straight up grinding. The gauntlet is the only event where I actually, you know, kinda sorta race. Not in the way that a lot of other people do. I'm not like going to, so to speak, like blast. I'm not gonna be like Ben or Exile that, you know, 10 hours in, they're in raid maps already. Which is like an insane pace I can't imagine ever doing. Like in the gauntlet, first 10 hours is for sure going to be the campaign for me. Possibly even longer. But I'm still gonna race in a sense that I'm taking the Alkaiser and Steel Mage approach, which is basically play really safe and hope to kind of outlast the competition and then do bossing on like the final day. Because during the gauntlet, like other than Ben and Nick, there realistically isn't anyone that's going to complete it early. Almost everyone is going to take the strategy of just, you know, grinding for like 9 days and then doing bosses. Because of how hard it is and how risky it is for you to die. And I think it's a fine tactic. I basically made top 50 the past two
When you build something like this,
gauntlets.
you make persecution a way of life.
I think I was like number 6 Juggernaut in Sentinel, I think. No, I think that was actually before Sentinel. I think that was Arch Nemesis. And then in Sentinel, I think I was, yeah, number 6 Scion. Actually at the same points as number 5 guy, but he submitted his boss kills like 5 minutes before me, so he got the position over me. Not that it really matters, only the top 3 get rewards. But yeah, I was pretty close to making it. How many hours I have in PoE, you know, I have 0 idea. Like, I actually don't know, because I play on the standalone client, so it doesn't record any hours or any of that. So I really don't know, and I'm not like a super consistent player. It's not like I play like 10 hours every single day and have for, you know, the past 10 years, so I know exactly how many hours I have on average. Like, I've skipped entire leagues in the past. Like, I only played Calandra, I think, the first week. Not because I didn't have fun, but simply because I decided to play some other games. I played Elden Ring and all kinds of other stuff. So, barely did anything in Calandra. I think I didn't play PoE for like a couple of years back in the early days. I played the beta, played after the beta a bit, but then I took like a couple of years off. I really came back in 3.0, I think. Like, if I had to guess, I don't know, maybe it's like 5,000 hours. I don't think I'm anywhere near to the numbers some of the veteran streamers are putting in. I'm definitely not like Ziz with his like 25,000 hours. Definitely not in that realm. I think if anything it's maybe like 5,000 max. But maybe not even that. Okay, what is this layout? This is a weird layout. This is a weird ass layout.
There she is, my work in progress.
Yeah, it's still quite a bit, I guess.
Has been good to you,
But when it comes to online games, like persistent online games like Path of Exile, or like MOBAs like Dota or League, then at 5,000 hours usually isn't all that much. A lot of people put in those hours because if you play one game a lot for like over 10 years, it just adds up. With most games you don't clock those hours simply because there isn't that much replay value. You're not playing those games for like 10 years straight. A regular single player game, even if it lasts 100 hours, you play it once, maybe twice, that's 200 hours and you're done. Right? There's just no real incentive, no reason, and it's usually not even fun to try to push it more than that. But games like PoE have this infinite replay value, so yeah, you have always reason to just play more and more year after year. The hours just add up. You probably have like maybe close to like 5,000 in League of Legends as well. For most of my single player games, I don't think I have more than 1,000 in any. I know I have 1,000 in a couple for sure. I probably have like 1,000 in like Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Probably have 1,000 in like the Dragon Age games, in Mass Effect. Probably like Deus Ex. Maybe some games with some more replay value like RimWorld. Stellaris maybe. A lot of gaming hours for sure. In this zone, there's usually, I think there's always one statue is before the waypoint, and then 2 are after. Okay. I'm not exactly sure where they are. I think one is close and the other is near the end. But I'm not 100%, so I'm just gonna clear a bit more. Get some levels as well. So we now have some suppression going as well. I'm not sure if we're going down here, if we're going into chaos long term or not. But then again, the movement speed is nice, the dexterity is nice, and it gives us more health, and this gives us sustain, which we need. Also, realistically, we probably want to go here as well, because we want the overwhelm, because we will be a physical build. Let's get some good stuff like more impale from here, or more overwhelm. Maybe get the war banner reservation. Then we could also go into here. Yeah, we're going pretty heavy into this side of the tree. I'm just wondering if I should go down from here or go from here. Like, we can get a lot of reservation efficiency. We can jump up here, we can grab this, we can grab this. I don't think we're going all the way to this one, but maybe. We do want this rage node. That is one option. I'm actually gonna take a quick bathroom break and put on another cup of tea, so I'll be right back. Okay, we back. Made myself a nice cup of tea. Some lemon and honey. Hopefully keep our throat nice and healthy, despite the mild case of bronchitis. Okay, there's the final statue. Now we go up. Let's try this essence mob as well. Doesn't seem to be too bad. We have pretty decent damage. Ooh, I don't think I have that one. It's the one that causes monsters to flee. I think it used to be a lot more common before the unique rework. It wouldn't actually be a terrible weapon for us to use. It would be kind of weird to chain hook to a target and then they would run away. That would be kind of anti-synergy if you think about it. Okay. We are making progress. Okay, now we need to find the exit from this zone. I think first you go up. There should be this path with the statues. Yep, there's the statue path. We get ourselves a waypoint. We don't need to go down there. We have all our lab trial thingies. Oh, we actually don't need that one. Just got baited by the quest sign. That's for the Fairgraves quest that I pretty much never do at this point. It's way too much of a hassle and I don't think you really get any rewards other than like a ring or something. So here we go left. The quest item I think is always left, as is the waypoint. Grab the waypoint, then grab the quest item. I will then go into the docks. This is level 27, docks is level 29, I am 27. So this is the place where I usually farm some levels. Because again, you don't want to become underleveled on hardcore, like usually at all. And even on softcore, if you go too low level, you will get experience penalties. So you might actually end up really underleveled. I even heard of a dude that rushed through the campaign so much that they reached a point where they didn't get experience at all. Basically at all. Like at the lowest level you get like a few percent of the actual total experience. So they managed to rush so far past the content that they actually had to go back several acts earlier just to level up. That was kind of funny. Yeah, that's something that can happen. I want to turn on determination, but we don't have any room right now. Maybe for that reason we should just go and path to charisma. But we're also... we want to go here. You go here. 3 points. It's 3 points from here as well. We're gonna have to waste a lot of points on traveling pretty much no matter what we do. This is a very awkward area to navigate. You almost always just end up kind of screwed no matter what you do. Then if you go down here, we grabbing this Leech is going to help us sustain a fair bit. Because as we keep going, we're gonna get more and more attack speed. So in order to not completely lose our mana, we need to get some more sustain. Our damage isn't exactly amazing, but then again we aren't really using that much crazy leveling gear in regards to the damage. Just using kind of an okay weapon. Might actually go and check if I have a better one. This one basically just gives a bunch of resists. Some life on it. But yeah. I think it's a good idea to get to like level 30 maybe in the docks, so we can do 2 more levels. Docks is a pretty nice layout. There's a bunch of blue and yellow mobs here as well. So it is quite nice to farm, plenty of experience. Can't really get lost in the layout. Aren't any crazy scary mobs here either. Those dogs are a little annoying. We shoot those blue fires and I think they might apply blight, or they used to at least. I don't know if they do anymore. There's nothing overly scary, just a bunch of archers and stuff. Basically each of these piers has a blue pack. So even if you're on softcore just chasing for the waypoint or the quest item and you go the wrong way, like I wouldn't worry, because at the very least you're gonna fight some blue mobs and get some experience. I think we take this. We are using poison right now, so that chaos damage is not going to waste. The movement speed is very nice, obviously. I am usually not the move speed kind of guy. Half the time I forget to use my Quicksilver. And in many cases I'm pretty happy just running around with like 20% boots, because I'm crafting like chill immunity or something like that on it. I know to a lot of softcore players that is unthinkable. A lot of softcore players are absolutely gotta have like 150 movement speed, or it feels sluggish. I'm like, it feels a little sluggish at 20%, but it's playable. I'm weird like that. But again, PoE for me, it's all about smacking monsters. And I actually enjoy doing it slow. I feel that weight of like smacking a monster over the head with a hammer. In this case with a chain. Like, I like the visceral approach of seeing what I'm hitting, seeing the animations of them getting slapped, exploding into bits and all that stuff. Some of these builds that clear like 2 screens away, that always feels a bit excessive to me. It's like I'm not even seeing what I'm fighting anymore. If I don't see what I'm fighting, like I'll end up with a game that's basically just a slot machine simulator, right? I'm pulling the handle, pretty lights come on, and I drop loot. So I don't want to turn this game into a slot machine. I actually play some slot machines every now and again, like once a year I'll go to a casino, take a couple of hours, play some slots, drink some beer, just have a good time. Some very casual form of gambling. It's always kind of fun, but I don't like to go heavy with it. No need to develop an actual addiction.
I'd love to see the insides of this spell. I can't abide housework.
So in these zones, I'm not 100% how the layouts and stuff work, but I do believe you'll have a slightly easier time if you mostly follow the carpets. I think the carpets usually point to where you need to go, but they can be a little, you know, sometimes they go into a wall and whatnot. But at least some of the carpets show some kind of a way. Okay, almost to Diala. Yeah, the carpets are going everywhere. I think it's more accurate with certain crossroads. Certain points the carpet will show a better way, but maybe not in this layout. Yeah, this zone seems to be very anti-carpet friendly. Just seems to loop around for no reason.
I no longer need fear. Destiny is seeing to that.
We go here, grab this health, and we grab this sustain. Then we should be pretty good to go. Our accuracy is falling off, which is very sad. May need to start putting more points. Like our banner gives accuracy as well. Yes? Yeah, but it's nowhere near enough. We need to actually put points into precision. Okay, where the hell do I have to go? Is it really down here? Jesus. That's a one fucked up layout. So yeah, we're gonna have to start putting points into precision just to keep up our accuracy. Let's do that right now. That's an unbelievably bullshit layout. I mean, look at that. It went all this way. It did all this bullshit over here. But the way forward is actually up here. What the fuck? What a weird loop. Oh well. That's PoE in a nutshell. Definitely some funky layouts. But you could admit that that makes the game kind of fun. Keeps it from going too stale. When you have to exercise some brain muscle to figure out where the hell you have to go.
What is that? The cockroach. I like a dash. Goodbye.
So, if you're doing a fresh run in a new league, don't forget to go down there and grab a whatchamacallit, crafting recipe. sell some of this crap. This thing is probably crap.
Don't do anything I would.
None of these curses are what we need. It doesn't matter. Just
be well.
Whatever. We are gonna use vulnerability, if anything. Might actually go and check it out. Let's see if we have any other gear we can use to upgrade the build. So yeah, we have this axe. Let's switch to that because it's probably like double damage, and it gives us Culling Strike, and we get Onslaught as well, and Chill Avoidance. This one only gives us Freeze Avoidance, so being immune to Chill is very nice. We do lose a metric ton of resist, but we are well overcapped anyway, so that isn't really an issue. We can use a better amulet. Carnage Heart will fix all our attribute needs. Get a bunch of leech. That's pretty big as well. I'm considering using the Hinekora Sight amulet. This would like pretty much completely fix our accuracy problems, as well as give us a fuck ton of evasion and make us immune to blind, which is actually quite helpful for any attack build because blind really eats into your accuracy, as well as it lowers your evasion, which for an evasion build like we're gonna be is also pretty dangerous. And of course it makes our suppression even stronger. That's also very nice. It doesn't have any life or any other stuff, so it's a bit of a questionable amulet in that sense. But all attributes and fixing our accuracy so we don't have to use precision. Though we might still use precision because precision also gives us crit chance. So there's some stuff to think about. Now I'm thinking about whether or not we should use Belt of the Deceiver. I think it should give us more total damage because nearby enemies are intimidated. I think we're gonna lose a little life. Yeah, but not too much, not too much. And again, we get some more resists. This version of the belt is pretty badly rolled though. Let's see if this one is better. More resist, but even worse global damage, so maybe not. Eventually we might go into Immortal Flesh again, like with our last build, because it's simply such an amazing belt to fix your regeneration issues. We'll have to think about that. For gloves, I'm still thinking maybe we should go Tomb Fist, because we have a 2-socket Tomb Fist that we farmed on our other character, so we could get both Intimidate and Maim on hit, which is really nice. But I think we might also just go Flesh and Stone anyway, so we would get Maim for free. But we do have a single. Should have a single. Yeah, we have a single socket one as well, so we could just use the Intimidate. Both are an option. Or if we want to go more heavily into Impale, we could try the Great Old One's Tentacles, which is an interesting choice. More Impale chance and 50% chance for Impales you kill to reflect damage to surrounding enemies, so that would help with our clear. But I'm not sure if we need it, because Chain Hook does have the AoE anyway. So I might just go for these gloves that I crafted for the other character, just to get our suppression more easily capped. Like, these are pretty meh gloves. They are not anything special, but they have T1 suppression, so. And for chest, I'm planning to use Bronze Lith, I think. It will give us +5 to Chain Hook, which is pretty major, as well as 100% increased damage with it. So that should give us plenty of damage. I'm also considering using this shield, the Ghastly Theater. It's a really cool shield. I really want to use it, just for the sake of it. Gives us a physical ace. Because our build will be low on armor, this will actually be super useful. We are going into block, and we're going to have suppression. But whenever we do get hit, having like this 1000 point physical protection is very nice. And it makes nearby enemies blinded when it's not depleted. And when we do get depleted, we get a bunch of crit chance and attack speed. And we're also immune to bleed, which means we don't have to go into Ralakesh, and we can instead pick another Pantheon. Ideally, since this one has +2 level of socketed support gems, you'd use like an Empower or an Enlighten in here to buff up something. I do have an Enlighten. I'm using it on a second character. I'd rather not take it out. It's not leveled up anyway. But maybe we'll try this. Because we could get a we get a level 5 Enlighten with no corruption needed. So that would give us a ton of reservation for... You could put in like Determination and Grace in there and massively cut down those costs. Later, of course, Perseverance is a good belt option. We'll get some extra attack damage. We can slot in Fortifies, so we don't even have to stun, we just get Fortify, and then we get Onslaught for free. And of course this Paradoxica, which I found the other day. It's good fizz damage. It has crit multi, which should give us a lot of help with bossing. I would have preferred a crit chance instead. But still, I think it's not the worst Paradoxica you've ever seen. It's probably the best one-hander I have. I also considered using Ichimonji for some really funky like aura stacking, because it buffs auras, right? It gives us more mana reservation efficiency, and it's also super fast as a weapon, so it should be very smooth to play. But we'll see, we'll see. Right now we have Bleed, Maim, and Poison. We can go into crit later. Impale maybe. Multi-strike, of course, but I feel like multi-strike is maybe weird with Chain Hook. Can you even like do it? It's gonna like hook multiple times? What? I don't even know how that would work. Might have to test that out. Just for funsies. Yeah. Our damage should be even better now. With this axe. It is a bit slower, maybe. Should still be fine. Damage is pretty okay. This guy's block, which is very annoying. Resists are fine. We have 31 block, which is quite nice as well. Our health total is also fine. Like if you're looking for a guideline for hardcore, it's about, I'd say about 300 health per act or so. So by the end of Act 3, you want to be around that 1000 health mark, a little over that if you want to be safe. Physical resistance, it's a bit annoying. This is a bit painful. We get cursed. I don't think the curse is going to do anything because we should be overcapped. I have to be a little careful.
My place is at God's side.
But never completely lose your guard on hardcore. Yeah, this is quite fun. Does look a bit like Flicker Strike, doesn't it? Flying around between mobs. Okay, now let's go and kill Piety. Go to a Vaal side area, just for experience. I don't think it's necessary. Our accuracy is 99%, so we don't have to level precision any further right now. So I think this is the place where the carpet matters. If you go here, if you want to know if you want to go left or right, then the carpet should be telling you that the area exit is to the right side. The doorway is here. Okay, now I think our mana issues should be fine. Oh my god, that was a big boy hit. Woo! Okay, maybe we don't fight this guy. He's got almost one shot. We ate his main attack for no reason. That wasn't particularly smart of us. He's a veteran chain hook user after all. We can't quite match him yet. Where do we go? Go up here. Oh, I got a good stretch in. Okay, let's keep grinding this act. Chain hook is level 6. With this zone, we are looking for a stairway up that will be what leads further into the zone. So, yep, this is it. Let's go up the stairs. Just keep looking for more stairways up. So this one. Up we go. Should also be a way to tell which way to go. It's supposed to be a cart or something somewhere, but I've already forgotten this particular layout trick. Not enough space in my brain for all this stuff. I'm gonna try turning off clarity and see how it feels, because we do have mana leech now and mana on hit, so I feel like it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, seems to be fine. Gotta be a little careful with this chain hook. We do seem to be at risk of hooking randomly into like ground effects and whatnot. Should try to avoid that stuff. to get a level up before Piety. Let's see if we can get enough from these guys. There should be at least one more blue pack. Yeah, probably not gonna be enough. Whatever, it's fine.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
Who are you calling feeble? Eat chain hook, bitch. Okay, this guy is best guided out. Does like a bunch of bonus damage. He stacks up some bullshit on you. It's very convenient how we can keep hooking right into Piety's face every time, so she can't actually escape. Okay, very nice. That was quick and easy.
I loved your work, Piety.
Get some rewards.
Mr. General, you Piety. Now you must.
See you.
What else we got here? Oh, I wonder if you should go Spectres this game.
Why are you still standing there?
Is these any good? Pretty meh roll across the board. Actually, I don't know. Do I have these boots? Oh, didn't have it. Okay, we got the leech. Let's get some more HP. And yeah, I wanted to do something. Oh yeah, I wanted to take out the clarity because we don't actually need it anymore. We need a bunch of levels before we can upgrade gear. I usually do my first ascension in Act 4, so I'm not gonna do that quite yet. I wanted to go and get ourselves a guard skill.
Godslayer.
Always want to have a guard skill. I think I'm going Molten Shell this time. We can't quite use the castable damage taken yet. So for now, we will use it on left click. We also actually have no reason to use this zombies thing. We're not actually using it anyway, it just was for fun. What else? What else?
When I'm ready,
Could check out a better flask. We have instant recovery one here. Let's grab that one. And there's another instant one which takes care of corrupting blood. So we'll want to have that when we hit 36. Which is actually an issue because we're gonna hit yeah, let's just slap in that one just for the corrupting blood removal, which we will need to fight Dominus. But we don't need it, it's gonna be just nice to have. Now we have enough to use determination. It's another question if we'll have enough mana to actually attack properly. But we can get vitality reservation. I think we should be fine. And I would rather have the armor from determination going forward from this point on. especially as we now enter the zone with the porcupines. So if you don't have some armor or evasion, usually a good mix of both, you can end up just getting one shot at a very random time. Rather not deal with that. And again, in this zone, if you want to navigate, first step, just follow the road. It will take you to the waypoint. And from here, usually go up to get to the tower. If you want to get to the library and the lab trial, you'd have to go left. Pretty sure they are always left. But yeah, the tower is up the stairs. Just follow the road up this way. Should be probably on the right side though. Keep going. Go a bit off the beaten path. And yeah, this should be it. So we are roughly area level, one level over.
Remember,
No,
Dominus,
actually, exactly.
What goes up must come down.
So we are, by hardcore standards, we are technically a little bit underleveled. It would be nice to be like 2-3 levels above the zone. Be like 34 or something. So we might just grind a little extra in this zone. Kill some more mobs. Because while we are using leveling gear and are pretty strong, levels do matter a lot. You get a lot of stats from it. Get a bunch of health. Skill points go a long way. You can also upgrade your gems higher. Because gems are limited not by just their own experience, but also your experience. The first 15 or so levels that they will have level requirements that are really easy to fall under if you're not actually paying attention.
In my sights, Exile. This one is captured. I now will take it.
Accuracy dropping a little bit. We are at 12% crit chance with 200 multi. It's not a whole lot. It is still a bit early, so it's fine. Would like to get at least one level before Dominus.
Off you go, little beast! Away!
Grab a bunch of these mobs. Come on. Yeah, this weapon is quite slow, so that's why it's
When I'm ready.
looking and feeling a little bit clunkier than it was before. Oh god, this is kinda scary actually. Make sure we don't accidentally drag ourselves right into a death zone.
Great job, Exile. I now will take the captured piece to the menagerie.
God, this guy is tanky as well. Not that tanky.
Do not worry,
Give me
little
alterations.
we are friends now.
We should have a level. Chain Hook is also pretty nice against these proximity shield mobs. Just hook right through their proximity shield and clap them. Very comfortable. Okay, there's our level up. Yeah, we can take the vitality efficiency. This will free up a lot of mana. So now we could put another point even into our precision. Even into vitality itself. And we still have plenty to play around with. So all that is pretty good. Now that I'm thinking about it, really want determination efficiency, which means we may have to go all the way to this armor mastery here. Maybe this one. Because we need the... We're gonna be tight on some auras.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Nice. Amount of extra loot. Indoors, man. Should be up here. Okay, where's the exit here? Okay. This layout is kind of annoying.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Oh, get on stretching. For good old Dominus. Alright. Let's kick his ass. Hopefully not die.
Like the master that called you here, witch?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I guess we're biting. These guys are a little annoying. A lot of bullshit damage. Also getting chilled. Shocked. Now that I think about it. Should have gone and slapped on whatchamacallit, the shield shock community aura thing. Forget what it's called. Should have slapped that one on. Whatever, should be fine. Should be totally fine.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Oh my god. Been a while since I fought him in actual proper melee range. Kind of bit of iffy. I don't know if that would actually one-shot us. I'd rather not try, you know. Feel like
This world is an illusion, Exile.
yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it's all a simulation. Just gonna face tank his ass. We have some evasion, so he's gonna miss a little bit. But we're gonna get corrupting blood sooner or later. Luckily we got enough leech. I think we're able to leech through a lot of it. So we can handle 4 stacks almost. But I just cleanse it off just to be safe. Okay, that was pretty easy.
No one will cry for you, Dominus. Not a soul.
So yeah, we are done with Act 3.
I'm ready.
This took a little bit longer than the previous ones.
That water just reeks of corruption.
It's fine, it's fine. We are not in a rush. Pretty sure we're still way faster than we were with our last character. level 100, position 1, down. At this point in the league, it's always something that makes you think if it's a proper death of them like trying Ubers or something, or if it was just like a suicide to rip the character into standard, or just to call it quits for the league. Okay. Now, where shall we go and what shall we do? Could go up into the suppression. That would put us at 20% suppression, and if we do the boots, helmet and gloves stuff, we can get 12% more. I think we go down, go through here, so maybe go into the reservation efficiency. Yeah. I think that's the... Or we could... Actually, yeah, we might want to go here instead. To get some damage. And get some physical... overwhelm. Otherwise, the bosses are going to be... Bosses and rares are gonna be excessively tanky. What was our accuracy? Yeah, we could use it, I think.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Stretching because I keep feeling my muscles ache.
I have seen the look.
Some nice workouts yesterday, so I'm a little
I'm watching you.
sore. We need so much more for our weapon upgrade. I have to go and check if I have something better, because I feel like maybe we do Dareso's Passion. I think it's gonna be better because it has so much more attack speed. Yeah, even though we lose Onslaught and Culling, I think the base attack speed is gonna give us more. All the other swords have a much higher level requirement, and I don't think I put aside any one-handed weapons or anything. Yeah. Do I have these melee gloves? Probably not gonna use those. 43 is still some ways off. So I'll check out the Holy Relic. I think we can do that one soon enough. We are 34. Maybe do a full clear of this zone.
How do I keep ending up in such lovely places?
Get a couple of levels. Yeah, we need to get that physical overwhelm. Or some of these rares are getting really tanky.
When I'm ready, and not before.
It's still not that bad. It's okay for now. The AoE really helps with the clear. So yeah, looking pretty good. Definitely be far, far worse. Definitely feeling better than Vigilance Strike. I shouldn't have maybe leveled that one up. It's gonna eat into our mana. That. Should get a level soon. We're still some ways off from getting them. Should actually also go and get ourselves a curse. Just to make these rares and bosses a little bit easier. Right now it's a bit slow killing these guys. Of course, this is in large part because this weapon is so slow. Let's get a few more levels, we'll get a faster weapon, then it'll feel a lot better. A lot less janky. Yeah, let's just kill some more mobs here. It's a 34th zone that you could easily do like 2 or 3 levels even here. Don't want to fall behind the average. It's gonna make it difficult for no reason. Okay, let's go grab that physical.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Okay, let's clap this dude. This guy is tanky with the molten shell. So yeah, we really need to get those nodes for the damage. But these rares and their armor aren't slowing us down. AoE explosions should also be affected by AoE, right? So we should maybe look to get some AoE just to buff our clear even more. Sounds like it might be a good idea. Don't think we have the mana right now to keep pushing this precision any further. Almost on the level. Give me some more enemies. Give me my level up.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Doesn't think we'll get it here. Whatever, it's fine. We can go just to the next area. Get our level up from there.
What is it, Exile? May
Nothing
fear
to sell.
guide you.
These bats can be a little scary. And shotgun pretty hard.
Pleased to see you too.
I think they're gonna be really nice to be able to stick to these ranged exiles. Just hook in comfortably. Able to stick to them. This guy's regen. We do have our thrust bomb ready to go. And he's still very tanky.
More mana.
Okay. It's a bit annoying. We can get some damage now. And as usual, you wanna click on all these nodes that give sulfite, even if you don't need it, because it can drop the divination card that gives you a bunch of alteration orbs, which are always very nice, no matter what league you're playing in. So if they're in your way, just grab it, just in case. Okay, mine's level 2. We're gonna get Deshret. Finding her can sometimes be annoying. Not sure if there's a
I think it likes me.
guaranteed logic where she'll be.
Good find, Exile.
Luckily the area isn't that huge. You can usually find her sooner or later. If you explored enough of the map, it should be clear where you haven't gone, where she'll be.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
Yeah, these bats can hurt a little bit. They shotgun you like that all together. Be a little careful. Just to not get overwhelmed. Getting some nice armor. Not gonna do a whole lot against bosses, but it's gonna be something. Gotta shave some of that incoming damage off. Yeah, so that shot must be there. It's annoying when you miss her like that, but it is what it is. God damn, the ghost got in there.
When I'm ready and not before. Oops, clumsy me. There's so many more trapped spirits in this place. I can feel them.
Okay. Let's just go to the next zone. Get ready to fight Doreso and Calm.
Don't be frightened as we melt. It'll all be over soon.
Okay, this guy's a bit tanky and he poisons us. Luckily we have good protection against chaos damage because of this chest we're wearing. That's fine. We're getting some nice physical damage, and then we'll get physical overwhelm, which should be going a very long way towards making bosses a lot more killable. So it should feel a lot better very soon. Extra life, extra crits. It's quite annoying. Guy with life regen. Luckily we have our frost bomb, so it's not that bad.
When I'm ready and not before.
Kill this dude. Make sure to run away when we kill him, so he'll explode. That can get you on a hardcore. If you're doing it for the first time, you might not be aware of what he does. Gotta be careful with that. Still quite a few levels away from getting a new weapon.
You know, ta-ta, not a cockroach.
Usually do Doresos first.
I am Doreso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Leopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
Not bad at all. We're actually slapping. We're gaming. AoE is quite massive, honestly. Now that I look at it, yeah, it's pretty big. Definitely kill mobs very easily. Very nice. This will be a big damage boost.
daughters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
This boss is super easy. Has like no life at all.
An adequate performance challenge, if a little messy, yet but cool any stinking flock, or simply an audition. Let us see how you fare in the ground. Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis.
We're going back to town to get our reward.
I am ice. I'm tortured yet unbroken.
Did he give us a reward too? I think she did. We get a golem. Yeah, we want the stone golem, mostly for the lab. I mean, chaos golem would help too. There's no doubt about that. It gives a flat physical, which helps against lab traps also. But regen from the golem is likely to be bigger value overall. So we're gonna get that. I'm still thinking about how many minions we are gonna get. We are definitely not planning for a major minion build or anything. But some stuff perhaps. Yeah, there we go, the overwhelm. Now we have like 25% overwhelm. It should be quite fine. Should now be doing decent damage to bosses. Don't have to worry about their armor as much. Get that golem going. Soul Eater, that's never fun. Okay, where's my level up? Come on. Come on. There we go. Jesus Christ, I don't know what my neighbors are doing. Gonna destroy the entire apartment building. Always drilling, always dropping something. Now we gotta think how we're gonna do this. Going through this way is probably not the worst idea, because it gives us the option to spec into some suppression. Wonder if we should get blind effect for when we finally get our shield. It would make it a lot more powerful. So much blind effect. 70%. We get 110. Get extra crit chance, or yeah, double blind effect would be 40% less accuracy and evasion for enemies. That would effectively boost our accuracy and of course our evasion. This looks kind of awkward the way it's done. A lot of good notes. I don't want to give up though. If we go, yeah, let's go this way. We can get life here as well. Let me spec into this. There's more leech if we want it. 10 life per enemy hit with attacks if you want to go into that later.
When I'm ready and not before.
Not at all bad. Not bad damage.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the idea of victory. Accuse your passion enough to claim a crown, defend its crown.
Okay, let's just go right face in, slap him around, let's see what happens. It looks fine. Decent damage. Doesn't even help to have more damage against RSO because he's just gonna go into his phase anyway. Okay, that's pretty easy. Okay, what level are we? We are 39. We need 4 more levels before we can use our sword upgrade. So we can suck it in this bad boy. Do need another red one now. Okay, this will give us some better safety, because now the molten shell will only proc when we're actually taking damage. No need to waste it otherwise. You're still res capped nicely.
I hope you're not more like this.
when it comes to this zone. There are apparently a few ways to like speedrun it. Get like skips to skip half the layout. But I do think you have to use either a blink arrow or a smoke mine to access that, which we are not doing, so we won't be able to do any crazy speedrunning stuff. Just gonna clear this entire zone naturally, old school way. Take your time, go the long way around as it is. May take us longer, but we are no speedrunner. This guy is ridiculously tanky. Because he blocks attacks. Yeah. Can't really do much against enemies that block attacks. You're just stuck with the reality that I think you have only 50% of the damage you would otherwise have. Just is what it is. No way to deal with that. Oh, I mean technically there is a way, I guess. There is a gem that lowers enemy block chance. It's not a gem you commonly see being used, because you need a recipe to even make it. Which is pretty uncommon for gems. Almost all gems can just be bought. But the block reduction one, you have to make. Another one is elemental pen, I think. So you need to make that with a recipe. Which is actually probably one of the more annoying recipes. Because you need a replica bitter dream, which is not exactly something you are gonna find lying around. You'll have to do grunt heists, which means you'll have to find the relevant blueprint with replicas in it, get enough coins to actually run the thing, get your rogues leveled up so you can actually take them to the blueprint. So yeah. Some of these things you're gonna have to put in some little extra effort. Extra physical damage aura. Didn't seem that bad. Guess we have decent armor now. I could do that for extra XP, but it's not exactly important. We can just do this thing pretty vanilla. Just keep going, just kill all these packs along the way. There's this annoying mini-boss right here that lobs those fireballs. Kill him for good measure as well, because he is that annoying. Why not make him pay for all the suffering he's caused people? Always crits. That's kind of scary. We do have some crit reduction, so we're not super affected by crits. Monsters by default only have 130% anyway. We have 30% reduction. It only works on the extra crit part, so we get 30% off the 30. So we basically take 9% less damage from the extra crit multi. Okay, this guy is kind of dangerous. Let's not fight him. Corpse explosion stuff. Instead, kill some of these weaker guys. Get another level real soon. Let's go to level 2 of the area. These enemies are much nicer to kill. They're rather squishy. Chain hooks makes it very easy to get in range of all these ranged ones. Very convenient. It's pretty good against this teleporting totem guy as well. Okay, we got a nice level up, bunch more damage, and now we go here. Let's keep going this path. We are gonna end up with a fair bit of dexterity, which is really good because we need about 200 to wear our chest piece. And we want to get Mage Bane. That should really help us get a ton of suppression. Once we get 100% suppression, we can also take the suppression mastery, which gives us 100% crit, which is a very good way to cap that one out. Though I don't think we'll be capping crit. I think realistically we'll get to like 50% maybe. And instead I think we'll use Assassin's Mark to get it close to being capped out against bosses. So probably not even against them, because this is still hardcore, so we want to have decent defenses, and it's usually pretty hard to have a good crit character and have good defenses. Like my main character right now is a Deadeye with Storm Rain, that is full crit. She has like, the average crit is like 65% with like 500 multi, and with the Assassin's Mark along with the Mark Mastery from the Deadeye Ascendancy, the crit chance goes to like over 90% against bosses, closer to 600 multi, so it's pretty good at killing bosses and rares. Chain hook does seem to be actually kind of usable defensively. You do end up dodging a lot of stuff simply by thanks to going around. At the same time, you can accidentally actually make it worse. Actually, you can also hook yourself into some dangerous situations, like that one death by card where he hooked himself into a Maven Slam. He accidentally hooked one of his wriggling worms from the jar. Actually thinking about when to do the Ascendancy lab. I think we could do it right after calm.
Join your ancestors.
This fight can be a little annoying. Because it's one fight where you have to like work around the arena to avoid the fireballs effectively. And chain hook doesn't exactly help us here. Gotta stick close to calm, otherwise we risk just hooking into these ads. See, we gotta go down here to avoid those fireballs. So now let's see. Can we stick close? Just face tank him. I think we're able to do that. Yeah, it's fine.
That's what you get for losing your temper, Carl.
What is it, Exile? You will be remembered.
We can actually squeeze in our holy relic now as well. So let's do that perhaps. Actually, what I'm gonna do is can I make 1 red and 3 blue? Yes, very nice. So I wanna throw in Stone Golem, this guy, and get them both. There's the minion life one. Let's check that out. Get the minion life in there so you don't die as easily. Minion life. And actually, maybe you go meat shield so you take even less damage. Screw the speed and damage. Let's just drop these in here. We need another blue one now. Slap that in there. Put that in there. This here. 43. Need 3 more levels for that. Summon this guy. Put this here. Open that up. So we can just slap it here. Okay. Let's go and work our way up to Piety. And I think we go do the lab before Malachi.
It's not every day you get to live it, breathe.
This holy relic together with the stone golem should be a nice amount of sustain for me and for both of them. There's some nice synergy there. I'll be a little careful in this zone. A lot of bleed applied here, and of course those revenants with their DDs. Must make sure we don't randomly get tagged and die. Let's cleanse that off real quick. Okay. Avoid that stuff. Three more levels, then we get a faster weapon. I can actually do something with less clunkiness. Just a little bit more. Not bad. Be decent damage. Okay, that's a bunch of interesting stuff. Check out the amulets. Don't think the weapons are gonna be worth anything. Or the shield. Don't think you can fracture anything worthwhile. Okay, another level. Could go into this life a little bit. Get ourselves some suppression that's gonna be active most of the time because we do have some ES. Should we beeline to the reservation? Well, there's not any aura we need desperately. Right here and now. Like, we want to get Grace eventually. But we're gonna need the Grace Mastery anyway, so we can't realistically get it before we go here. We may as well get Flat Life. We're not gonna get any real damage on the tree for a while. We're gonna rely on weapon for that, as well as our chest. Like, once we get our chest, we're gonna get like a major damage boost. There's really no reason to go out of our way to path to any damage nodes. Just gonna be a waste of points. Instead, we're just gonna chill here. Go and kill Piety. Then do the lab. And go and kill Malachi and call it a day. Uh, 41. Getting to 43 before Malachi is gonna be a bit annoying. That's a lot of kills we have to get. But we are going into lab, so it's possible we'll get enough thanks to lab. We'll see. The bleed isn't that bad. We can regen our way through it. Okay. Now Piety is likely gonna kill our summon boys.
Be happy for me, sister. It's not often we get to erase our failures.
So we wanna stick close to her. We don't want to chain hook all over the place. Gotta be a little careful, we don't want to hook into her beam. That does a disgusting amount of damage. As does she. Her physical attacks are stupidly strong. I would like her to aggro my golem. She does not seem to be very interested in that. Instead, she seems to love targeting me. Yep, she just loves to get on my ass. Let's get our golem. Yeah, I'm just gonna avoid attacking her while she's doing the beam, because I'm afraid I'm gonna chain hook to one of these enemies and just end up completely fucking myself. Yeah, she hits really hard. We do not have enough armor to effectively face tank her. All these creeps are getting annoying. Oh my god, walked into the beam. So luckily we have Cull. So this was a little iffy. This was not comfortable at all. This is a terrible boss fight for Chainhook.
That's it.
Absolutely terrible. But okay, let's do lab now. Let's get to the checkpoint.
It seems I've underestimated Kaiser. Good. I like surprises.
Let's find that waypoint. Okay, Act 3 into town. Take a quick bathroom break and then we open up PoE lab for myself and check out the layout to make it faster.
Stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. She
Be
shall
right back.
lay your mind in one hand, your
Okay, we are back. Let's go and
justice.
do this lab. I'm gonna go and check up PoE lab. Normal lab is usually pretty straightforward anyway, but I'm still checking it out just in case I don't waste extra time. This is a much lower zone level than where we came from. I like to get that level advantage. Make sure I have my stone golem, which you get from Act 4. It's one reason why I like to do it in Act 4 instead of Act 3 when it first becomes available. The regen from the stone golem coupled with vitality will really take a big chunk out of the lab traps. And for any character that isn't speccing into endurance charges or uses armor bases with flat fizz mitigation, the traps will hurt a lot. Even though normal lab doesn't have that many traps, you still want to be, you know, a bit on the safer side on hardcore.
Enemies.
Okay, we end up accidentally moving around a bit. I keep these down so Zaro doesn't get buffs. Yeah, a single target, not... Am I a martyr? Well, probably not, but maybe. Yeah, damage is a bit low. This weapon needs to be changed out.
Is the offspring of suffering and time.
We don't have much choice in the matter. We don't have a better one right now. Actually, we can go straight. We can go into the side area from the next one and grab ourselves a shrine, which you know, we could too, just to make it a little easier. But probably not gonna bother, just go straight through.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands.
These guys aren't too bad.
Death and loyalty.
So we do also have block. He's in the mount, so can block a fair bit. Let's kill these skeleton guys.
Must I do everything myself?
Yes, you do.
You are inexhaustible. Determination overcomes domination. This is the one law of sovereignty.
Okay, from here we go where? Let me see. Okay. There is a dark shrine in this area, but I don't think I'm gonna search for it. If I find it naturally, so be it. Okay. That was kind of pointless. I don't think we have enough regen to really take this, do we? It's gonna hurt a little. No reason to rush, especially with these fucking poison darts everywhere, which can slow us down a fair bit. Okay, this was not smart running into those traps. That's why you always want to have a bleed flask in this zone as well. You don't want to get hit by something that's gonna bleed your face off. Not have a solution for it.
Life is too precious to waste on you.
Our golem died. Let's get that guy back up. Give us that regen we can use. Yep, there's the last one.
An aspirant can afford
Let's
to
go
be promising.
take care of this
Emperor
and get
must
our
keep
ascendancy.
throne is the most devious trap of them all.
Just slapping away.
I die for the Empire.
Yes, yes.
Before your Emperor, you are worthy.
Always go take the Ascendancy first, so that you don't miss out.
You are worthy.
Okay, we are going to become a Necromancer.
Embrace our
Chain
gifts
Hook Necromancer.
and rise, Ascendant, for this is the ending that we all deserve.
Indeed.
Embrace the serene power that is undead.
Yeah, I think we go here. Commander of Darkness. So we get a bunch of attack and cast speed. We get a bunch of damage. And we get a bunch of resists. Like, this is nice across the board. And, you know, 5% effect of non-curse auras. Nothing to scoff at. And I think we will go here eventually. Get energy shield regen, mana regen. Then we also probably go this. Mistress of Sacrifice. Get offering skills for ourselves. And then Plague Bringer. We get AoE. Get some damage buff. Debuff the enemies. That should be fine. Like we could get a bunch of attack speed if you go corpse backed. I mean 200% attack speed. And a chill and shock on enemies. However, I find it might be too hard to get that many corpses consumed. So, yeah. Like a bone barrier could be interesting. Additional physical damage reduction per minion. Then we'd have to go much heavier into minions. It's not really gonna buff ourselves. It's not really gonna help our chain hook at all. Bone armor is basically just... It's nothing special. It's just like another guard skill. Unholy Might does nothing. I think we go this one first. Get all the damage, all the resists. Get even more attack speed. One fuse. Ooh, another set of Wanderlust. That's real nice. Word of Spite. Yeah, sure. Why not? Turn this one back on. Turn this one back on. And now we can go and kill Malachi. Let's kill the mini bosses. Actually, I wanna go first. I wanna remember to put on our curse. Because we do want to up our bossing DPS a little bit. Absolutely no reason not to. Mana sucker here. Luckily we can cap close really easily. Keep making our minions tankier. Oligaros shouldn't be too hard. Actually, this armored chest we have reduces the chaos damage we take. So it's actually pretty nice. Still gonna hurt a fair bit, but... So our physical resist isn't that high. Everything else we got is quite nice. Gotta avoid these explosions. Yeah, we can get level 42. 43 is not happening. I mean, we could reset the zone and farm for it, but it's kinda annoying. I'm not gonna bother. Chevron is a little scary. This version not so much, but the one in the later acts definitely can be.
sad I won't be seeing any more of your work.
Okay, this is where we came from. So we're gonna go here instead. More minion life. Don't wanna curse Doidri. She'll get Unholy Might, which gives her a lot of extra chaos damage. If we stay close to her, it should be easy enough. Doidri is also very likely to aggro the golem. That's gonna help a fair bit. If you have struggled with her, I can also recommend a decoy totem. Decoy totem is actually very underrated against most bosses. Can help so much to have them focus on someone else but you. Would like to get this last level. Just gonna check down here, see if there are enough mobs to get me that level up. This guy should be able to give it to us. Yep. It's very nice. We can't quite get our weapon upgrade. But it's fine. It's fine. Just take all these life nodes. Get some evasion rating. We barely have any at all. We don't have really any gear that gives it. But we will have it. We will get it eventually.
I have been expecting you, Witch. You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Will you go to bed now, little girl? Or do I need to tuck you in?
Talking really big for a guy who's gonna get killed in a second. Should be fine. Just chill here. Make sure I don't chain hook into his slam. That would be a little unfortunate. Okay, seems easy enough. Got penetrated, Piety. Tough luck.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Should probably be pretty easy. Looks like we're tanky enough, he can't really do anything to us. The chain hook is surprisingly convenient. Following him wherever he teleports to.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Looks like our golem and relic are staying alive really well as well. That's very nice. Give us some of that extra damage. Extra.
Is the true eternal.
Oh god. This last one is gonna be a little annoying. This debuff is a little sucky. Actually, the chain hook is pretty nice at jumping over it. Okay, that was pretty easy. I think Vigilant Strike was actually easier with Malachi specifically, because by that point I was quite tanky. This build doesn't have Fortify, so his hits hurt a little bit more. Still, nothing too bad.
What can I...
Sell off some garbage. Interesting, too bad it's such a low level. Oh well.
May fear guide you.
This pair is ever slightly more ES, but whatever. Turn this one on. It's a lot smoother with the
Of course.
just going to go to the next act and find our way into the town. Hey, do we need any of these?
Still I live.
Okay. Quick, so we can try out the new sword. This AoE is pretty nice. This mob's quite fast. Guess we can get it should look and feel way better. Not bad, not bad. Level up to the golem. Gen going. So yeah, I'm clearing these mobs so that we don't curve in terms of levels. Layer of safety on hardcore. Levels over the zone. What's this? Fuse? I'll take it. Okay. To level up before we reach the town. Give me my XP. Building up our cast when damage taken. Make sure our when we need it and not when we don't need it proccing for any random damage. Only when we actually get hit real hard. Okay, feeling good. Stuff. Sometimes fly too bad. Okay, we got our level up. Life node. And then our that's a little unfortunate. We can take them alternate moments. What's the damage here? Good. Ooh. Double damage. We do. Yeah. Double damage as long as we don't have frenzy charges, but when we do get frenzy charges, in that sense we are damage increase. We can say that it definitely feels. Way stronger for bossing because you get frenzy charges on kill. You're not killing the boss while you're fighting it. Be really high during bossing. Yeah, it feels way better with this much attack speed. Very nice. Yeah, we have 18% suppression now. That's gonna shaving off an edge of all this damage. Let's probably not. Random ring, unlikely to be good.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
That away. Need to recolor this. It's a pure deck space, so 2 red is probably asking too much from it. I can do that some other time. But yeah, it's been a solid 4 hours. Did a little over 4 acts, which is pretty much on pace for this chill approach to leveling. Also, we are figuring out the build as we go along, so it's not like I'm putting in crazy effort into figuring out what I'm doing. Could slap this one on now. It's gonna increase the chaos damage we take, but it shouldn't be an issue. There isn't that much chaos damage yet. This one will make sure we can't be chilled. and to freeze enemies, which is pretty nice. And we get a bunch of int, get a bunch more energy shield, a bunch more strength. So I think that's pretty nice. Also slap on these gloves now, get the impale. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Put these here. Take the war banner and the determination, the vulnerability, the vitality, you know, the frost bomb, the precision here. Just slap it all off just like that. So now we should have way more damage, way more everything. Resists are very nicely overcapped. Some decent energy shield. You could also path into Ghost Shrouds, but we don't have any evasion really yet. 500 is not that much. Wanna throw on bronze first. There's also Hinakora's Sight that I think we're gonna slap on soon. We can afford to lose the resists, we can afford to lose the attributes. We have life leech already, we don't really need it from this one. I mean, it gives a lot of life leech, but still. Being immune to blind, getting so much evasion, so much accuracy, all that's really good. And we get this 16% chance to impale, which isn't all that much, but it's something. I actually think we're gonna take off. Yeah, we're gonna slap in the impale instead of the poison. It's gonna drop our damage a bit, but 40% poison chance isn't that high to begin with, and we're really not speccing into poison. We will look to do bleed, so we'll keep that in. We might also wonder how does multi-strike work. I'm gonna go and test real quick to see how it feels, how it looks. What exactly does it do if we slap that one in? Huh. I mean, it's interesting. I wonder how it'll actually be to play. Like, will we just be jumping all over the place? That is something to try later. Yeah, keep that impale in there with this, so we're at like 76%. Eventually, when we get our Paradoxica, we will get it nearly 100%, which is a little unfortunate. We could throw a Divine on this. This thing rolled almost minimum across the board, so a Divine is extremely likely to improve our odds of hitting impales. We just need 2% more. We need to roll at 24 and get some. Or maybe divine this one. Nah, this one rolled above average, so it's unlikely it's gonna roll better. Yeah. Actually, this thing will increase, right? From 60 to higher. So you probably don't even need to do the divine. We can get 100% anyway. So that's free damage. The impale reflection to mobs should give us even more clear. So yeah, it's a bunch of flat fizz, bunch of life. Resists still easily good enough to even enter maps with. So yeah, things are looking good. Build is not that bad at all. It honestly feels way better than Vigilant Strike did. But maybe it'll get worse as we keep playing. But so far, not that bad. Not that bad at all. As someone put it, does kind of feel like Flicker Strike, just a bit worse. But then again, you're not reliant on charges, so maybe it's better in that way. But yeah, I think we'll call it a day. And we'll do it again tomorrow. I don't see why not. Do another 4 hours or so. I will upload the VODs eventually to YouTube in a couple of days. I'm creating a little bit of a buffer so that I don't have to rush doing the thumbnails and stuff. It's kind of annoying. I do like to draw a little on my off time, but I'm not some amazing artist or graphical designer, so it's a little annoying. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good holiday.